Good evening, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education Action Meeting. Today is October 24th, 2023. Trustee Pedro Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing. Present. Board President Robert Triano Jr. Present. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Can I ask everybody to stand? The pledge of allegiance and the moment of silence.
So moved. Second. Aye. Aye.
Good afternoon, everyone. We wanted to remind everyone that our Saturday Wins Academy has officially kicked off this past Saturday. We are offering STEAM Academy for students in kindergarten through grade 5, where they will engage in enriching science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics activities. We'll be offering 2 sessions. So the first session began this past weekend on October 21st, and the second session will begin in February. We do still have seats available in both programs, so we urge you to go to the website and sign up to participate. We are also offering a theater club. The theater club is open to all scholars in grades K through 8 and will culminate in a performance at Drexel Avenue School this year. So all of our programs are going to be housed at Drexel. And the theater program is very special this year in that not only will students have the opportunity to engage on stage as members of the production, but there's also going to be opportunities for our scholars to participate in the stage crew, in set design, audio-visual opportunities. Truly a magical experience. We hope that everyone takes the time to check out the brochure, again, posted on the Westbury Schools website and on our social media. And if you have not yet signed up, we encourage you to do so. Don't miss out on all of the learning that we have going on Saturdays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. We also would like to hear from our Secondary Curriculum and Instruction Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Brendan Gallivan.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board and our esteemed community. I'd like to share some great news about growth at the other end of the spectrum in our Adult Learning Center. Under the direction of Ms. Ashley Jackson, the program has seen significant growth. 3 years ago, we were awarded $60,000 in a grant from NYSED. This past year, 3 years later, that sum is $375,000. That's attributable to community participation, growth of the program, growth in the offerings. This year, we currently anticipate 800 of our community members joining us for different reasons, different programs at the Adult Learning Center. Currently a wait list of at least 57 students, last time we checked. And we look forward to, with these additional funds, and potential other grant opportunities. We look forward to expanding our opportunities at WELC, at Westbury Adult Learning Center, to include things such as nail tech, the construction trades, and medical billing. So we're very excited that this program is expanding in its scope and in its ability and capacity to serve our community.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. I understand last week there were a few questions posed from the community with reference to our food service as well as the development of our MBK program. So I'm going to ask Dr. McDaniel if you can just answer those questions, even though I know that you called particular community members in advance, but I just want you to just share out with the full community because the question was asked in person, publicly. And I also would like if you can give us a budget update. Thank you.
Be my pleasure, Dr. Chase. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the Board of Education, my esteemed cabinet members, and to the community as a whole. Okay. By our last meeting, a couple of questions or concerns were expressed at the board meeting. We'll start with the first one, the Westbury High School My Brother's Keeper trip to Ghana, Africa. Mr. Chester McGivern had made some concerns about the actual costs. We actually had posted a cost of $6,039. Essentially, that cost is the cost for the chaperones that we calculated to actually go along with the students. We also calculated that it would be $6,000 per student for each student who wants to go on the trip. I called Mr. McGivern the next day, and we had a very spirited conversation. And at the very end of the conversation, his concern was how we were going to pay for it. I was pleased to tell him that this cost will be no cost to the district at all or to taxpayers. It's going to be paid through the My Brother's Keeper grant that we're getting through New York State. There were also a mother and daughter came and expressed concerns about some food items as well. There was 3 items in particular. There was an item where a student believed that zucchini was cold zucchini was served. There was also an issue with chicken nuggets, and then there was also a final issue with the avocado. The avocado was expressed was going to be hard and unedible. That avocado and several vegetables that are served about 3 times a week through our fresh vegetable, fruits and vegetable grant that we get from the federal government. What we do is we get out and we lease out that delivery to a vendor, and they deliver them on a regular basis. Come to find out that avocados, considering how ripe they are, it was a miscalculation. And so in response to that, we just took avocados off the list of fruit that we would be getting in the future. So we are very sorry for any inconvenience that has caused. There was an issue also with a student believed that they were served a cold zucchini. To come to find out that that was actually a cucumber and part of a salad. Okay, and the third issue was a cold chicken nugget or raw chicken nugget. Our investigation shows that all chicken nuggets are pre-cooked, so there was never any danger of any contamination from raw food, but we did talk to our staff about checking the temperatures of food and maintaining that, and we'll hopefully that problem will dissipate as well. So once again, any inconvenience that these items caused the public, we are very sorry for, but we are always listening to your concerns so that we can take it back to our food service supplier so that they can give us the best service possible. We're paying for the service. Why shouldn't we get the very best? Okay, now the second part of my presentation is going to be presentation of the budget and our expenses for this month of September. Got exciting things happening in the payroll, in the business office, payroll being one of them, purchasing, transportation, and facilities. Whole lot of things going on a regular basis, and that's one of the good things and great things by being the Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations is I'm part of that. So we started out on September 1st with our budget at this point in the year at $137,843,106.48. Now, Now, the month of September, we spent $1,691,473.85 in our general support. General support is business office, and and the way we run the district are the business office and are the other offices in the district. We spent also on instruction, $6,599,218.96. Instruction is the larger, bigger chunk of the district. That's actually learning, paying teachers, paying for the software, and paying for books and pens and pencils. On transportation, we spent $46,533.15. That number is kind of low because we just started the year out. And on employee benefits, which is a big chunk as well, $2,657,494.23 for a total expense for the month of September of $10,994,720.19. We encumbered, meaning that we created purchase orders to purchase items of $51,569,730.55, and we ended September with $124,922,490.59. Now, be mindful that we started out with a budget of $196,700,453. So at this beginning of the year, we're in very good shape. We're spending in a responsible manner so that we can make the rest of the fiscal year. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you for that very robust report. And I just want to thank my cabinet for sharing with the community all the great things that are happening in our school district. I do want to congratulate everyone in our school district who was involved in the Homecoming 2023. I unfortunately could not be there, but I heard some fantastic things about it. I heard that the pancake breakfast was amazing. I heard that the community rally instead of a parade was amazing. I heard that the Donald Ross dedication was absolutely amazing and spirited. It was featured on News 12. For some strange reason, we cannot find it on the News 12 site, but it was featured, and I know many of us had an opportunity to see it. People sent me recordings of it. So everyone who was involved, especially the school leadership, whether it's elementary, middle, and high school, you did a fantastic job, and I could not be more proud. The pictures are just amazing, and I've heard nothing but great things about it. While we are sending out congratulations, I do want to acknowledge our principals here at the Westbury Union Free School District. As many of you know, and looking at our electronic sign, it is National Principals Month. So I would like to personally thank, congratulate, acknowledge, recognize Miss Gloria Dingwall, principal of Dryden Street Elementary School, Miss Ishelle May, principal of Drexel Avenue Elementary School, Miss Claudia Germain, principal, Powell's Lane Elementary School, Mr. Robert Chambers, principal at Park Avenue School, Elementary School, excuse me. I see in our audience Principal Felicia Crawford, Westbury Middle, okay. See, the other principal should have been here. They would have gotten the same response. Principal at Westbury Middle School, and of course, principal of the Westbury High School, Mr. David Zembler. Let's give it up for all of our principals. Our principals are hardworking. They are the CEO of their buildings. They give their all, time, energy, their heart to the work that they do for our scholars. So happy Principal Recognition Month, and I continue to wish you well and look forward to great things in the future for each of them. And while we are celebrating those hardworking people, if you look behind me on the screen, you'll see 7 people who are the leaders of our school district. AKA trustees, AKA board members of the Westbury Union Free School District. Last week was School Board Recognition Week. Unfortunately, I was not here last week, but there's always a time to recognize our school board. So we decided to do it this week. I would like to just share with you all very briefly. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time, but I do think it's time worth spent. When I met these individuals, I believe it was in April of 2021, I think there was instant chemistry, and I knew right away that this would be a good fit. Because, you know, when the board interviews you, they have to make sure that you're fit, right? But you, as a superintendent, also want to make sure, like, you know, can I work with these folk? I have to say that it has been absolutely a pleasure to work with the school board. They promised me when they hired me in the end of May that they would support initiatives and support vision, and we would work together, and they have delivered on their promise. We work together, we plan together, we strategize together. We have a common thread that binds us, and that's that we want the best for our scholars, and we want the best for our communities, for our community. This board does not get paid to do the work that they do. They are elected officials. They do spend countless hours reading documents that I send them, anywhere between 10 to 14 pages a week that they have to read with multiple attachments. These board agendas that you don't see have multiple attachments they have to read because they have to make sure that what it is that they certify through their vote serves the community and serves our school district well. And not that they don't trust me, but they're not going to rubber stamp it. There's a lot of work that goes into being a board trustee, and they are the spokespeople, if you will, for our community. And again, as I said, they don't get paid for this work. So I would like to take a few minutes to acknowledge them, and acknowledge them on behalf of every person who is watching, every person in our school district, every scholar, to simply say thank you. Those two words do not often get spoken. Gratitude. We're entering the season of gratitude in November. You know, a lot of things you don't know. On the weekends, they're texting with me, strategizing, planning when they should be with their families. Some of them, as you do know, travel to conferences with us, leaving their families behind, and I said they don't get paid for this. That speaks to commitment, that speaks to dedication. So I have for each board member, on behalf of all of us here at Westbury, certificates of appreciation for Board Recognition Week, and on behalf of all of us, we're going to give our school board a token of appreciation for their dedication and their commitment to our beloved school district. So if you can indulge me for the next 5 minutes, I would appreciate it. He didn't want me to do it. Each board member will receive this beautiful certificate of appreciation from all of you, but not just this certificate of appreciation. They will also receive this evening something that they can remember this recognition week for the rest of their lives, because each board member will receive this. Nice, right? You like? And it reads, Dr. Pless M. Dickerson, thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Westbury Union Free School District. Happy Board Recognition Week 2023. Come on up here, Dr. Dickerson, and get what you deserve. And I am going to ask the board members, once they get their token of appreciation and their certificate, if they can stand here, because I think that we should take a picture to let everyone know that we have the hardest working board in America. You agree?
somewhere. It's here. Pedro A. Quintanilla. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Westbury Union Free School District. Happy Board Recognition Week 2023, sir. To our Vice President, Mr. Floyd T. Ewing III. I'm going to read everyone's. Don't leave, Lord, have mercy. He's calling on the Lord Jesus. Floyd T. Ewing III, thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Westbury Union Free School District. Happy Board Recognition Week 2023. They each come up here and say something to me that you all shouldn't hear. No, I'm gonna kill that mic. Trustee Michelle A. Wilson. There's a beautiful prism in hers right now. Look at this, the way the light is reflecting. Michelle A. Wilson, thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Westbury Union Free School District. Happy Board Recognition Week. Again? Yes. We always end up wearing the same outfit sometimes. That's the last one? Are there any more? That's it? That's it with all the board members? You got him? Who's him? To our board president. To our board president. To our board president. Mr. Robert Troiano, Jr. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Westbury Union Free School District. Happy Board Recognition Week. I appreciate you. Board members, I ask that if you can just take your small token of appreciation out of the box for 1 minute, hold it in your hand, hold your certificate while Mr. Alert will take your picture. And again, we all thank you for all that you do. Follow Pedro. Follow Dr. D. Happy Board Recognition Week. You know what, I'm gonna take a picture with him. I do want to recognize Trustee Robin Bolin. We thank you for your commitment and dedication, and we also want to recognize Trustee Rodney Keynes. I know that you all both may be watching, but we appreciate you, and we want you to know that we have a token of appreciation on behalf of the community and the school district for you as well. Thank you all.
I just want to say on behalf of myself and I think probably for the board as well, we just want to say thank you to Dr. Chase and to the community for this recognition. But I know that each one of the board members here doesn't feel the need to be thanked. Each one of the board members signed up voluntarily for this, and each one of these board members are very much committed to the school district and the community, and especially the kids of the school district. They proved that over a long, long period of time. We've been together as a group since pretty much since July of 2018, so we're coming up on 5 years. I think Floyd joined a year later, but pretty much this board, as you see constituted now, is this is us, as it says on the sign. But you know, many of you have only been in the district for maybe a few years, and some of you are being hired just tonight, and maybe you've got family members here. And what you've grown accustomed to is a board that is hardworking. And there was a period when we were going through the superintendent search before we reached a commonality with Dr. Chase, when this board was meeting for at least 4 nights successively going through that process. And this board never wavered in its commitment to meet and move other things aside to make sure that we could get together and finish what's probably the most important task that we have. But you may come to think that that's how a board should be, that that's how all boards are. That's not the case. And some of you who are some old timers like me can remember prior periods, and even as early or as recent as May and April of 2018, when this board couldn't meet because it couldn't get a quorum of board members in the room at one time to meet and do the board's business. So I am particularly, I just want to extend my thanks to this board for how seriously it takes its job and how committed it's been for the entire time that we've been serving as a group. So thank you to all of you, and thank you to Dr. Chase for recognizing.
I would just like to echo the sentiments of the board president, Robert Triano. Many of you know that many of us are graduates of Westbury High School, and Dr. Dickinson is a long-time resident as well as an administrator here. And Mr. Quintanilla is a longtime resident as well. There is a true, as Robin Bolin would say, a lot of king patch on. As Robin Bolin would say, Westbury love is real love. It really is. This is a community, oftentimes, you know, the Westbury Village says a community for all seasons. We're all seasons, all people, everything. We really love you. The commitment we have to this district is not because we want fanfare or any of that. It's just we want to give back to the district that has given back so much to us. So thank you for allowing me to do so. This is an honor, but every time I serve the district is an honor to be here and to be in your presence. Thank you.
You know, Floyd made reference to Trustee Bowling's now copyrighted and trademarked slogan, Westbury Love is Real Love, but you never saw a better example of that than this past homecoming. And it starts with the homecoming pancake breakfast, and we have a number of volunteers, and I want to make mention of, in particular, Elaine Lavelle, who is the organizer of the the entire day, but it starts months before that, and with Elaine going out and asking people for donations, shop owners for donations of flour and milk and eggs and so on, to make it such a real success. And we want to thank Elaine for that. Elaine, please stand up for a second so we can acknowledge you. And we also want to acknowledge one of the volunteers, Chester McGibbon, for the work he did on that Saturday morning. Chester, please stand for a moment. And it's always a danger when you start pointing out people and calling them out, so I hope I'm not missing anybody that was involved with cooking the pancakes and scrambling the eggs and so on. Am I missing anybody? Okay, so those of you that are perhaps watching from home, we want to thank you as well. But the pancake breakfast is such a social event. It's what Westbury residents who have really maybe nothing to do with the day-to-day of the school district, may not have kids in the school system, may not work in the school system, but it's a chance for you to meet your neighbors. And it's a time that I think people really enjoy, just seeing people maybe they haven't seen, in a whole year since a prior homecoming. So it exemplifies that slogan that Westbury love is real love. But this year's homecoming was something special. And I've been affiliated with this school district since 1963, bless us saying 1863 really, Robert, but it's not quite that long. And I've seen a lot of things happen. I've seen a lot of events in this school district. And this Saturday's event was a landmark occasion that I will remember for the rest of my days. And that was a moment when we took time out to honor and pay respect to a man who thinks he's going to be retired today, but the board has to vote and approve his retirement. I don't know if you know that, Donald, Coach. But we're also going to officially dedicate the track to him tonight. But that's not what made it so special. It wasn't just the ceremony, it wasn't just the act of naming the track for him. It was the love that was in that gymnasium for one man. And the room was pulsating with love. And that's a day when we had a lot of rain, and so we couldn't do the commemorations we thought on the field. But God does what he does. Excuse me, counsel. But God does what he does, and he brought it inside, and it was that much better. And there were so many students and former students who came from around the country just for that moment. They didn't turn it into a weekend. They didn't turn it into a week. They turned it into, I want to be there for Donald Ross. And many of them just came in Friday night and left Saturday afternoon. And the way people, Donald, the way people came out of those stands to hug you and hold on to you was just something. Like I said, I just stood back just to the side and just watched it. So I want to thank you for giving us that one day and recognizing that it was 41 years in the making since you became a coach. And all that you've given to these students, and you've made them better athletes, and you've made them better scholars, and perhaps most importantly, you've made them just better people. And the Westbury School District will, in a second, formally dedicate the track to you and then vote against your retirement. But we first want to play a tape from News 12. I think they're ready. This is the ready. Okay. So we are hopefully going to show the tape and show your interview with News 12, and I think people will see from you how touched you were. Roll them. While we're trying to get the video together?
A whole lot of noise for the Westbury varsity boys track coach. Coach Donald Ross has held the post for more than 40 years, and tonight the new track was named in his honor. He brought the team to victory as county champs dozens of times in the past 4 decades. His former students and classmates came out tonight for the dedication, and Ross tells us it means the world.
It's like the job well done. I look at myself and I look at everyone that I've coached and came in, counted their lives. Who knows to say where my life would be or where their lives would be at this point, you know? But I know one thing, we did extremely well. That's what I know.
And Ross walked the halls of Westbury High School himself. He is a graduate of the class of 1974. And
You know, being here for the number of years that I've been here, I remember when Donald Ross first came to the building, and I remember when he started with the track team. But Donald is like so many other students and so many other graduates. Say, on this dais, you have 1, 2, 3 here and 2 that are not here, who are alumni of this institution. And the thing that I sound like a broken record is always go out, gain your experiences and expertise, and come back and give back. And he is a prime example of this, giving back to the students of Westbury community and of this high school, and so are the various board members that sit on this dais every day. So congratulations, Donald. It's been an honor to work with you. It's been an honor to know you as a friend and a person who really, sincerely is dedicated, cares for the students of Westbury.
And I just want to reiterate everything that Doc said. I didn't realize that my class, people in my class, were part of your first tour on varsity. When I was talking to my classmates saying that we were going to honor you with this, the honor of naming the track after you, they were emotional. They were excited. They said it could not happen to a better man. And I was excited for them as well. That's why when Charles Thomas was able to speak a few words, we just spoke the other day, actually yesterday, on Sunday, and he was so honored to be able to say some words about how extraordinary of a man you are, not just a coach, but a man. Well, one thing I just want, Westbury educators have a ability to take people and make them feel like they belong. Make students feel like they belong somewhere and give them the courage, the confidence to go out into the world and knowing that you have a place that is going to hold you up and support you like no other place in the world. So you are a pillar of this community, pillar to this district. You're doing a great job of mentoring the new coach, soon-to-be coaches of Westbury Track, Harrison, Banks, and then other Harrison, the Harrison brothers, although they're not brothers. You're doing a wonderful job. And finally, to be able to see how you have shaped the young lives from a parent's point of view. My son has grown tremendously just by being on your team. He may not be the fastest, but he's learning so much about being a man that, you know, sometimes they don't want to listen to their father, but you guide all of the students and all of them, your track members, male and female, to be wonderful human beings. So I appreciate you for that. And as a father, thank you so much. He's written about you in his essays. So I really appreciate you for doing all the work that you do. Thank you.
I just want to echo what everyone has said about you, Mr. Ross. I will say that you've touched so many lives over so many decades. When we knew that we were going to dedicate this track to you, it was a split-second decision. I sent out a text to a lot of my fellow alumni. Within seconds, I got responses. I'm there, I'm coming, I ran for Ross. I'm gonna be there, within seconds. And I knew that some of them were out of state. But they were resolute in their mind within minutes that they were gonna be there, and that's just a testament to what you instilled in them, and them wanting to come back and just be here for this moment and to just say thank you. I remember a few conversations that we've had over the last couple of years where you were contemplating retirement. And what stuck out in my mind is that you said to me, there are a couple more students that I want to coach to get to that next level. There's a couple more students that I want to get a scholarship for. And I walked away just thinking, you just have a heart of gold. And you poured that into a lot of the students. I've read commentary since last Saturday, and the one that I loved the most, and I can't recall which student it was, but it was a female student of yours. Ross gave me my wings. That's what she wrote. Ross gave me my wings to fly. And I think she went on to get her doctorate. And it just goes to show how instrumental you have been in so many lives. So with that, I just say thank you. I wish I ran for you, but I didn't. I wasn't fast. But just thank you for everything that you've done. Congratulations again.
Coach Ross, I didn't have the pleasure of experiencing all the great things that you did. You have done in 40 years here. My brother graduated from Westbury, and when I texted him that you were going to be, he said it couldn't happen to a better person. I just want to, say to you that I then looked back at the history and research, and because, we're going to name the track after you, and I said, wow, what a great honor. Why is that? And I'm convinced that it couldn't happen to a better person. Thank you for what you have done and what you will continue to do. Thank you.
Coach Ross, I haven't known you long, but every time I see you in the halls or I greet you, we always exchange great stories. I don't know you long, but I did ask around about you because I wanted to know, what is it about Mr. Ross, Coach Ross, that make people want to come from out of state to come in one day to celebrate and honor you? Why is it the board was so insistent on making sure that they honor you for homecoming? And what Ms. Wilson said to you is right. The board worked, I remember one weekend, and it was just a string of text messages. We want this, we want this, we want this, we have to do this, we have to do that. And they were really serious about honoring you. What I heard is that at the high school especially, if there is a beautiful scholar, maybe not cooperating the way we want, all they have to do is say, I'm gonna tell Coach Ross on you, and the kids are in line. For me, that was all I needed, from an educator's standpoint, and as you said, from a parental standpoint. I may not know you well, but I do know good people. And I do know what a good coach, a good mentor means to scholars today. So I just want to thank you on behalf of all of the scholars you've touched for a job well done. Congratulations on your retirement. Please continue to mentor. Please continue to do what you do. But just know that you have left such an indelible mark on the hearts and the minds of so many people and have touched so many lives. And for that, I honor you for your retirement. Thank you so much.
So Eric and Drew, sorry, so Eric and Drew, I feel for you.
That's down. That's down.
I'm sorry. I do this all the time.
The mic is on.
So I feel for you because you've got some tough footsteps to follow, but you've also got the benefit of having a wonderful model to show you the way. And we have no doubt that you will follow in his footsteps. So thank you. Can I have a motion now to vote on 7K out of order?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Dickerson. Do you have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. I'm going to read the following resolution.
You have to take a vote.
7K.
We-
Got a vote for
I'm sorry. I want to just read it, though. I know it's been moved and seconded, and I probably did that out of order, but, so, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. You're right, because I just took the vote I'm sorry. My apologies. So it's been moved and seconded to vote 7K out of order. We now have to take the vote to actually vote it out of order. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. I'm going to read the following resolution, Would you like to stand? It looks like you do. We're going to give him a chance to speak. Can you please stand? Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education of the Westbury Union Free School District hereby names the high school track as the Donald R. Ross Track and Field Complex, effective October 24th, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Ewing. Second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dr. Dickerson. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. We don't want to know what's in that brown bag, all right? Donald, can we ask you to come up to the mic and say a few words?
I'm not going to talk long because, like I said, you guys know I can talk, right? Because I'm a track coach. I'm just lost with words because I didn't realize things were going to happen as strong as they did. Let me get when I do something, it's not planned. I don't read no textbook. It just comes from my heart. And when I see kids that I know that deserve an opportunity, I just give them everything I got. So it's not about me. It's about the kids. A lot of these kids don't get the opportunity that some of these other kids come from. See, I've been educated. I know what's out there for them. They have no idea. I'm just trying to make a way for them to get out of Westbury and go on and be a better person. And that's my motivation, to make the Westbury High School students better people in society, because we have always been looked at as not being able to go all the way and finish it. This Westbury, as long as I'm here, we're gonna finish, and we're gonna be finishing first. That's what I feel. And thank you, everyone. And Floyd never ran for me. I tried to get Floyd to run for me. He didn't want to run.
Can I have a motion to move 6V to the front of the agenda?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I believe, Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. 6V is, with deep regrets, I know that with deep regrets, the board will vote on this, but not because we want to, but because, Donald, it's what you want to do, and it's come that time for you to do that. 6V. 6V is in Victor.
Oh, V as in Victor.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education accepts the retirement of Coach Donald R. Ross. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Dickerson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Only because you want to. I don't want that. Aye.
And so it's not official yet.
Yeah. I'm not retiring from the coaching and saving kids. I would like to say this gentleman here, Mr. Eric Banks, my coach, also Darren Harrison and Drew Harrison, we're just going to go on a different mission. My mission is no longer in the hallways as security. My mission here is to start the Westbury High School boys and girls track team, the most powerful school in the nation. That's my mission. So I'm not leaving you guys.
We just will miss not having you walk in the halls. And I cast my vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, I guess, Donald. Okay, we're going to move on to the business of the rest of the board's business. And Donald, you are free to leave now. We're not going to hold you captive.
Okay.
But thank you for all you do again.
I have practice tomorrow anyway. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
Good night.
And you will hear from us again.
Okay, so I'm gonna need some help from the district clerk and the rest of the board with some of these items. On tonight's agenda, item 6T. Oh, I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself. We actually, before we vote on the rest of the agenda, we need to open up the mic to any comments from people in the community that want to say something, or either that are here or on our live stream. Does anybody want to ask a question or make a comment, please. Yes, come to Mr. Lavelle.
Thank you. My name is Elaine Lavelle. My address is 18 Oakdale Drive, Westbury, New York, 11590. I'm not going to be long, but I say, as I was making the turn and coming across, and I saw the marquee saying, School Board Recognition Week. I did not know, but I'm telling you, this is truly ironic. Let me start by just saying one thing. I thank everyone for the accolades regarding the pancake breakfast. But first, let me just say that Reginald Warren, Dr. Chase, our superintendent, I have to say thank you. The reason, and the Board of Education, but I'm getting to that. But let me just say that when I saw that rain, and I kept looking, I said, oh my God, what's going to happen here? But you know something? For the short time that I have actually known Dr. Dupree Chase, I know this woman always has, other than a plan A, she got a plan B. And also, I'm sure she has a plan C. So I could tell you, when I heard that it was on, but it was going to be indoors, this has happened before, and I'm telling you, that was great. And I want to say thank you for everybody who came out and supported that in that pouring down rain. And the entire school board, I thank you very, very much. And one person that I cannot leave out is our district clerk. Because I will tell you, she is the nucleus of everything that's going on here, the school board. And I just want to say, coming from me, I want to say thank you, board members, and thank you, district clerk. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dory Capsus, we can't leave him out because he played a big role in this, okay? Now also, I can't see here, the PTSA district-wide, they came out. I thank them. The PTSA council, they came out. I can't start naming names because I'll get in trouble here. The WTA, Miss Duarte and Miss Kairula, I want to say big up to them. Big time JA, big up to these people, okay? The WASP, we can't forget them either. We cannot. Dr. Pellish, I don't know if he's watching or he's listening, but I want to say thank you. Our cafeteria workers, how could we forget them? They toiled 2 nights, Friday and Saturday. Miss Minerva and Miss Maria, we thank you, okay? Moving right along. The security staff, how could we forget that? Jennifer and company, thank you. Also, Carlton and his crew, hallelujah. Carlton and the crew, we thank you. Mr. Hardy, I'm moving on. Mr. Steins, thank you, sir. You have been terrific. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From day one, I knew. Thank you. Okay. Now, Dr. Alvin McDaniel, where are you? I have never met you personally. I saw you at the wellness. We never met. But I want to say thank you. We appreciate you. And if I'm missing anyone else that was newly hired here, I am the go-between, the liaison between my civic association and the Westbury schools. So that's why I'm here speaking with a little bit of authority. Mr. President, you know that. Dr. Chase, you know that too. Okay, now, P.S. Dr. Chase, I still have your hairnet, I have your apron, and I got your gloves. I also have your spatula, okay? And you know what else I have? Your serving spoons, because we miss you. Because I know last year, but I know in order for you in the pouring down rain, okay? But let me tell you something. I know your heart was with us, okay? But anytime you're ready to flip them things, I'm here, okay? I thank you. Okay, oh, one other thing. Dr. Bloom, I cannot forget him. He was the first person to actually buy 2 tickets from me, and he has done that yearly. Dr. Bloom, if you're watching, big yourself up, you see? All right now, good night, everybody.
Dr. Pellich says thank you. Dr. Pellich says thank you on the chat.
Thank you, Elaine, for adding those acknowledgments. And while you were talking, I'm not sure he heard you, but Carlton Harris came in, and we just want to make sure that he knows that you thanked him for all his work. And thank everybody, because you make a great point. Everybody made a shift in what they had to do, because going from the parade to having the event on the field, to having to move all of that inside, and they did a great job. So thank you for pointing that out. We appreciate that. Would anybody else like to be heard?
Yes, and I'd just like to congratulate the football team for actually winning 26-0. So that just put icing on the cake. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Coach, so he came through with a shutout. Well done. Okay, no one else would like to be heard?
Good evening. Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. President, agenda item 9H, the trip debate tournament to be held at Brooklyn Tech. Can you say some more about that, please, and the time of the event? Also, is the public invited there?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Yeah, we are just so proud of our debate team, as you know. This is 9H, you're saying, right? 9H, the debate tournament?
Yes.
At Brooklyn Tech?
Yes.
It is open to the public.
What time?
Mr. McGibbons, I don't have the exact time, but I will find out. It was open to the public because it is the 21st of October. I apologize, but any of our debates are open to the public, and if you see any future debates in which you'd like to attend, just simply call the office and I will give you the exact time.
So you'll have the time ready for me when I call?
Of course, sir. You know that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
And I just want to say something. I know Ms. Lavelle mentioned earlier that it was pouring down raining. It was. That was not the reason for my absence at the homecoming, and I know I don't have to give a reason, but I think that typically I am there. I had a family matter, so it wasn't weather. Weather doesn't stop me from coming to Westbury. I'm not a fair weather superintendent, so I do apologize for my absence, but there was a family matter that I needed to take care of, so thank you.
Are there any questions in the chat room? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Now, this is, as I was saying a few minutes ago, I'm going to need help here in getting through this agenda. I'm going to ask, so when I call for a block vote, help me figure out how to do this. I'm going to ask that we move 6Y and 7H. I'm going to ask that we table both of those until later this evening when we come out of executive session. And then Items 6T and 13P were voted on at last week's meeting. They're still on this week's agenda, but we should not vote on those again. And then I will ask for a motion to amend 6E, and one of the entries in 6E, the very first one makes reference to, it's in regard to a Mr. Brill, and the caption makes reference to Mr. Redding. So we're going to need to make an amendment to reflect the proper names. And then items 11A through 11D indicate that those policy additions and revisions, that it's the second reading and it's actually the first reading. So I'm going to need to make an amendment for that as well. So I'm going to ask council, do we make those amendments first and then come back and vote on them as a block?
Mr. President, it may be a little bit more efficient if we make the motion to table the items that you mentioned, 6Y and 7H, and then proceed to make the amendments that you.
Table them
Okay.
first?
Yes, a motion will be made to table agenda items 6Y and 7H.
Yes, okay. All right, can I make a motion to table items 6Y and 7H?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Wilson. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. We will come back from executive session and vote on those items. Oh, this is the first reading. Can I have a motion to vote item 6A out of order as well? 6A.
So moved.
Thank you, trustee Wilson. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second from trustee Quintanilla. It's been moved and seconded. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Ariana. See, Westbury love Israel love, right? So who are all those people with you?
I have friends and family, and I have all my coworkers.
So who are the friends? I mean, I'm sure your coworkers are friends, but who are the friends from outside?
Friend,
Hi, friend.
friend, but also coworker.
And,
Friend, and my parents are in the back.
oh, I'm sorry, friends, family, please stand up. And who's the one in the middle?
That's my little brother, Matthew.
Okay, I'm Matthew. Thanks for coming out tonight, and congratulations to you, Ariana.
Thank you very much.
Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the following teacher assistant being recommended for tenure as per education law, teaching assistant at the Westbury Middle School, effective December 16th, Ariana Puka. Congratulations. We're gonna take care of some board business here in the way we vote for agenda items, and we are going to be hiring several new people today, but we're gonna do that all as one block vote. But we want to have the opportunity to acknowledge those that are here. So is Billy Sage here? Hi, Billy. Yeah, you can stand up, you can stand up. And Billy is being, is Billy or William? Billy. Billy, okay. Billy's being hired as a special ed teacher at Drexel Avenue, probationary appointment, congratulations. And Ariana Devers Rodriguez, is she here? Hi. And you were so kind not to correct me, Adriana. Adriana, okay. And Adriana is being hired as a world language teacher at the Westbury High School. Okay, how about Jacinta Jeffers? Appointment as a leave replacement teacher. Is she here? Hi. And did I say Jacinta right?
It's actually Jacinta.
I give up.
That's okay.
But thank you for not holding me to saying it correctly. Thank you. And we're also going to be hiring, and I'm not sure she's here, Unita Chunilal? Okay, she's not here, but we want to also congratulate her. And in 6E, Marianne Marmon. Who's being hired as a junior accountant, or just as an accountant in the business office. Congratulations to you. And I believe that that's all the people that we have that we're hiring tonight that are actually present. So thank you for being here. It's good for us to be able to lay eyes on who's joining our team, who's joining, I should say, our family. And I think you've seen tonight that this is real. This is really Westbury level. We hope that you, all of you, have long careers with us. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, I believe we made the motion to move 6Y and 7H into exec.
Yes, a motion was made to table those items.
Okay. Dr. Dickerson, we still need to amend 11A and 11D. They are policy additions/revisions. They indicate that it's a second reading, when in fact this is the first reading. So can I have a motion to amend 11A and 11D to reflect that it's the,
Not a second reading.
I'm sorry?
It's not a
Sorry?
first reading.
No, it isn't. to move those item 11A through 11D into exec. Can I have a motion?
I'm sorry, President Troiano, you'll need to make a motion to table them. Make a motion to move them
You're
into
right,
executive
thank you.
session.
Can I have a motion to table 11A through 11D?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second? Seconded by trustee Dickerson. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Now, council, help me here.
Okay, we're going to start from the top. We've tabled 6Y, 7H, 11A through 11D. Next up, I believe, was the motion to amend 6E. I don't
Correct.
believe that has been done yet.
Correct. We've not done that. I'd like to make a motion to amend 6E to reflect that the first person noted here, Jason Brill, that in the caption that says that he has met the civil service requirements, it says Mr. Redding rather than Mr. Brill. Can I make a motion, have a motion to amend the resolution as noted?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Ewing. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that 6E has now been amended.
6E has been amended at this point. 5A through 5G still requires a vote.
Well, can we move to block vote the entire agenda with the exception of 6A, which we voted on already? 7K, 6V, those three were voted on. 6A, 6V, and 7K were all voted on already. 6T and 13P were voted on last week. And 6Y and 7H have been moved to, have been tabled. We have to take 6X and 6Y. Have to be voted on separately.
6R
6X and 6Y?
and 6R?
6Y?
R?
R is in Robert.
Which one?
6R, 6R is in Robert. Trustee Wilson is asking for a separate vote on that.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make, why don't we just vote on 6R, Y? Get those out of the way. Okay, can I have a motion to vote 6R, 6X, and 6Y out of order? Been moved by,
So you already have 6Y
6Y has
tabled.
been tabled. So we're not voting on 6Y. 6Y has already been tabled.
oh, you're right. No,
Can we just table 6R? And vote after executive session?
Trustee Ewing, I'm sorry, trustee Quintanilla, you're asking to table 6R? Oh, he's asking to table. Trustee Quintanilla, you're asking to table 6R?
Or vote on it right now, that's fine. We just thought it'd be easier to table and vote all together, the ones that
Okay.
we're tabling.
All right,
That's
so
okay. Whatever you want to do.
there is a motion to vote 6R and 6X out of order. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Ewing. Vice President Ewing. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion? I'm sorry? So now can I have a motion Can I have a motion to vote on 6R and 6X?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson
I will abstain.
on 6R and 6X. Sorry, trustee Dickerson? Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. 6R and 6X both pass. Four yeses and one abstention. Okay. Why don't we do,
I'd like to do the rest of the agenda at
I'd
this
like to
time.
do, yes, can we do, have you got that? Okay.
I believe so. All right, so what we have remaining is agenda items 5A through 5G. And this, what I'm about to read, would require a vote to block vote the agenda items that I'm reading, 5A through 5G. Also voting upon 6A through 6Y. And in that category, we are going to exclude 6R, 6X, 6Y, 6T, and 6B as in Victor.
And 13P.
Oh, we're not there yet. So 7A through 7K will be voted on with the exception of 7H and 7K. 8A through 8G will be voted upon. 9A through 9L will be voted upon. 10A through 10F is for information only and does not require a vote. 11A through 11D has, those items have already been tabled, so they will not be voted upon at this time. 13A through 13R will be voted upon with the exception of 13P, which has already been tabled.
Voted on.
That's right. 16A and 16B requires a vote, and 17A. So
I make a motion to.
One correction, please. 13A and B do not require vote. Those are the reports.
You're correct, Ms. Catherine. Those items are for discussion only. So within that 13A to 13R block, 13A, 13B, and 13P as in Paul will not be voted upon at this time. They do not require a vote.
May I make a motion to approve the items, block vote the items as approved? Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Ewing.
May I make a motion to block vote the items as outlined by council?
I just want to clarify, did you also exclude 6Y?
6Y has been excluded, that's correct. Okay.
Motion has been, motion was made by trustee Ewing, seconded by trustee Dickerson. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion approves to block vote the aforementioned items. May I now have a motion to approve those items that were approved for a block vote.
So moved.
It's been moved by trustee Ewing, seconded by trustee Wilson. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion to go into executive session to discuss items of personnel and negotiations and certain financial matters?
So moved. Second.
We have moved by
Dickerson.
Dr. Dickerson. We have a second
Ewing.
by Vice President Ewing. Been moved and seconded. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We are going to go into exec. Thank you all for your patience as we work through that. And congratulations to Coach Ross, to Ms. Puka, and all of our new hires. Welcome to the family.
Excuse me, hello?
Can I have a motion to close executive session?
So move.
Moved by trustee Quintanilla,
Second.
second by Vice President Ewing. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Can I have a motion to approve items 6Y and 7H?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry. I need to call them separately. Can I have a motion to approve item 6Y?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Ewing, second by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
I will abstain.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing. And I, Robert Troiano. I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Can I have a motion on Resolution 7H?
So moved.
Second.
Floyd, please help me. Did we, and District Clerk, did we table 6Y and 7H? We have to untable them, right? So, we can call it a do-over. Table. Sorry, we have to untable before we can vote on it. You have to untable.
Okay.
But if you don't want to, fine with me.
I make a motion to untable resolution items 6Y and 7H.
7H.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Trustee Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. The motions are untabled. May I have a motion to approve 6Y?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Ewing,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
I abstain.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries 4 ayes and 1 abstention. I have a motion to approve Resolution 7H.
Aye. Moved.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Can I have a motion to untable 11A through 11D?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Ewing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee, thank you. Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
Robert Troiano, aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Good night, all. Thank you.
Oh.